Hello and welcome to day 4 of the 2021 Springfield Scottish Squash Open. It's semi-final day today and we've got 4 fantastic matches coming your way here at Inverness Tennis and Squash Club. Before we start, a massive shout out to all the volunteers, officials and helpers here today. I think we can all agree the food and service has been amazing. If you do fancy a snack, make sure you head upstairs where you can purchase edible squash and tennis balls. Yes, you heard me correctly. They cost £5 and all proceeds go to the Highland Hospice. Also, big thank yous to our main headline partner, Springfield.co.uk. Without them and all the rest of the sponsors, none of this would be possible. Now, on to today's action. Later this evening, we will see if Georgia's Adderley can fly the flag all the way for Scotland to the final of the women's competition. But first, it's time to welcome the players on court for the other women's semi-final of the day, and it's an all-England encounter. Up first, she's been here since round 1, beating the numbers 2 and 7 seeds on her road to the semi-final. Please welcome onto court, Torrie Malik. Up against Torrie, also representing England, a number 8 seed in this year's Springfield Scottish Squash Open. Please welcome onto court, Grace Gear.
Welcome to viewers tuning in on BBC Sports Scotland and BBC iPlayer. You're watching coverage of the Scottish Squash Open 2021 live from Inverness. And this is the first women's semi-final, an all-English one between Grace Gear, the number 8 seed, and Torrie Malik, the unseeded player. So we have Torrie Malik in the blue top on the left-hand side, 116 in the world, and as I say, unseeded in this event, only 17 years of age, coached by her father, Cameron. She recently got to the final of the Pontefract Challenger event in the summer. There's been lots of Challenger events since we've been able to play tournaments again. Fantastic run through from Torrie Malik so far to get to this semi-final. And Grace Gear in the pink top on the right-hand side, the number 8 seed, currently 94 in the world, 23 years of age, born in Welwyn Garden City. She got to the semis this summer of the Squash Squared Open event, another challenger, coached by Adam Fuller and Paul Carter. And they have played once before. That was in the Peterborough tournament this summer, challenger event, and that was won by Torrie Malik, but unfortunately Grace Gear had to retire injured in that one, so can't really take too much from that. Grace Gear, no PSA titles so far, but she's been in 4 finals, so trying to correct that this week should she get through to the final, which is tomorrow afternoon. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me for this first semi-final is Scottish international Katrina Allen. How are you doing, Katrina?
Good, good. Thank you, Parky.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, I know. I was all set for never setting foot in the commentary box, but here we are.
You didn't rate yourself then?
Just don't want to put everyone else to shame.
No, it's been fantastic having all of the players coming in here, giving me their insights.
Yeah, it's been a good opportunity. Thanks for having us.
You're welcome. What are your feelings about this match? Obviously, I mentioned the head-to-head, but it was an injury for Grace Gear, so it's like a fresh start, really, isn't it, for these two? Yeah,
absolutely. Torrie, obviously, having a great run this tournament, playing some really good squash, and probably the same for Grace Gear as well. She's sort of stomped her authority, beaten 2nd seed, 7th seed as well. Was that Torrie? So yeah, could be a really good match.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to all the semi-finals today. It's, believe it or not, 6-year age gap between these two. So obviously they wouldn't have come through in juniors together, but they'll know a lot about each other. Both of them look very focused. Of course, that's straight after this match. If it runs through to 3 o'clock is Emyr Evans and Curtis Malik, which is Curtis's, Torrie Malik's older brother. Then there'll be a break, and the 2 semi-finals this evening will begin at 7 o'clock. So if you haven't seen squash before, that was known as the knock-up. Players get 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes on each side, just to get warmed up and get their eye in, as we say. And then there's another little break just to gather themselves, quick couple of sips of water before starting the match. As you can hear, the referee calling the time as well. They've been tightened up on that, on the rest time in recent years.
Springfield Scottish Squash Open 2021 women's semi-final. Torrie Malik of England to serve. Sebastien of England to receive. Best of 5 games.
Well, here we go. Both players look not that nervous, actually. Look really, really up for it and ready.
Yeah, definitely. Both looking very focused and good to go in a semi-final.
Yeah, Torrie Malik coming through an extra match because she had to play a first round, whereas Grace Gear was already in the second round. Some of the higher seeds had that luxury. Malik coming through against Kohonen of Finland. Then Rachel Chadwick, she took out the number 2 seed from England. And then yesterday took out another English player, Alicia Mead, the number 7 seed in 5 games. So she's not exactly had an easy run.
No, not at all. I think especially coming up against the number 2 seed so early, she's done really well to get through to this stage.
Yeah, Grace Gear did have a tough one against Marie Stephan yesterday, coming through in 5. But her first match against Katie Wells was fairly straightforward.
Yeah, it's good from Grace, just tidying up the court. Torrie leaving the ball in the middle and Grace just putting it away nicely. I think for this semi-final we've adopted a referee and a marker as opposed to just a referee.
Luxury. Yeah, there's been some contentious decisions this week, as you would expect. There's been quite a few 5-setters, and as you know, being a professional yourself, it's not an easy game to referee squash and a thankless task. But when you're on the court, you tend to have rose-coloured spectacles on. we all do it. It's human nature.
Yeah, I've certainly had a few decisions this week where I thought, what on earth am I asking that for?
What, when you've watched yourself back?
Yep, I watched my match back this morning, and there was definitely points in that thinking,
well, you got it wrong.
What have you stopped for there? Yeah.
No, I was definitely very guilty of that at times. That's a great shot from Grace Gear. She won a lot of points on her backhand yesterday. It's the most I've seen of her this week, but there's a nice little forehand boast. There we go, there's the backhand.
A nice lead for Grace here.
It is, it's a good start. Very focused. Obviously done a really good warm-up, mentally and physically.
Yeah, I think being the junior, Torrie loves to be in front and does really well from that position. Both, again, mentally and physically. Really strives on that confidence.
Yeah, a front runner type player.
Yeah, exactly.
Likes to be dominant, and she likes to attack, doesn't she? But if somebody like Grace Gear is not giving her many angles, it can frustrate someone like Malik.
Do you have any predictions for this one?
Well, judging by this start, it's looking very much like a Grace Gear win. Before the match, I really couldn't tell you. Both seem to be in great form, and as I said, you guys are a lot more knowledgeable about these players at this age and this ranking. But I mean, I think there will be a response from Malik. She can play a lot better than that. But the first game is taken quite surprisingly comfortably by Grace Gear. Not really sure what happened there with Torrie Malik, although it was a very impressive performance from Grace Gear, who takes the first game 11-2 in 5 minutes. She leads by 1-0. So we need a response here from Torrie Malik. That was, as I say, a little bit surprising. She's been playing tremendously well this week. Certainly don't think it's physical, although I said she has played an extra match, one extra match compared to Grace Gear. That's probably the first unforced error from Gear.
Yeah. I think starting, we don't want to take away anything from Grace's quality in that last game. She did really well to contain Torrie and execute her game plan nicely.
Yeah, I think contain is an excellent word to describe that first game, and that's what you have to do against a really attacking player, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Just shut them down a bit, play very, very straight and tight, and then take your opportunities when they're there. It's a great serve.
Yeah, the lob serve becoming very, very effective in the women's game.
Yeah, it's a great shot, and that was the first time that Malik had any kind of space on that backhand and absolutely thumped it.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see a lot of that. If she does create some space for herself, then that's what's going to happen. the pace is going to be ramped up.
She's not really hitting her line there from slightly loose bows. She had a good position there, Torrie Malik. One or two errors starting to come now from Grace Gear. Perhaps the first game was a little too easy. Has to be a stroke. Nice return of serve, wasn't it, from Grace Gear?
Yeah, very tight and created that opportunity again for herself. I think that's a little bit of frustration from Torrie.
It's a bit rash, wasn't it? Well, yeah. I'm hoping both of these players start playing really well at the same time, because it's a bit stop-start at the moment. Oh, it's a bit lucky from Grace Gear, but a lot of hustling going on.
Yeah, she did a good job in that rally just to set up and force Torrie into all four corners.
Yeah, and it paid off, although it was a little bit fortunate. Oh, wowzers.
Shot.
That was extremely attacking. Didn't hold back at all there, Torrie Malik.
That's the height advantage. You can hit down on that ball.
Yeah, we haven't got that, have we?
No, definitely not. Both these girls actually very tall.
Yeah, both long levers, good reach. But very, very different players. Different styles.
I think there's asking for the let and making sure that you get it. I'm not sure the movement there is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, it's just one of those, isn't it, where you've yeah, maybe start.
Oh, what a shot.
It was amazing. Start to make the effort and then you can stop.
Yeah, show to the referee you can get the ball, but
absolutely. This was a cracking shot. I mean, cracking being the operative word. It was hit so crisply.
Oh, touche.
I mean, she has been serving well, Malik, but just onto the racket there of Gear. Put away nicely. This is hotting up now, Katrina.
Yeah, definitely. We knew it was coming. I think we expected a response from Torrie.
Just moving slightly, the back foot perhaps wasn't quite still on that backhand drop shot. Usually loves to play winners on that backhand side, Grace Gear.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, lots of winners coming from that backhand side. Just not quite so many today.
I'm not sure that was the right shot from Gear. It sort of squirted out the nick a little bit at an awkward angle. Tried to sort of defend in those positions. But a 2-point lead for Malik here. That looks like a stroke to me, Katrina.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I think she's definitely a bit fortunate there for Malik. She didn't clear. It wasn't one of her best shots on the backhand volley. And she didn't clear. So you can see the ball's coming back into the line of Grace Gear.
Yeah, there's very little space to hit that, but
that's a perfect length. Really solid hitting from Gear.
Yeah, I think she just needs to be careful to not force her opportunities. Just make sure she's starting with those solid basics of finding the back corners, and then she'll reap the reward of taking the ball into the front.
she's saying she's caught her there on that previous shot. And if that happens, just for the viewers that may not have seen much squash, then it can either be a let or a stroke, and the referee decides whether you're in a winning position or not, whether the shot was affected or prevented. Well, we're starting to see a few decisions. This is where the referee starts to have to get involved. Malik deciding not to ask in that situation. I don't think she would have been successful anyway.
No, I don't think so. That was a great shot from Grace.
Oh, that was
again,
pretty good. Great shot from Malik, that return of serve. But again, just onto the string. She's not making the side wall there, Grace Gear. That was a clever little flick and came quite close to the body.
Yeah, lovely little change of angle.
Managed to deal with that one. So 1 game ball here for Grace Gear. An opportunity to go 2-love up. Stroke to me.
Ref agrees.
So we're into a tie break now where the player has to win by 2 clear points.
That seems harsh to me.
So an opportunity now for Torrie Malik to try and equalise. Really putting on the pressure now with this severe hitting, Malik. That was... She weathered the storm well there, Grace Gear.
Yeah, she did well not to put it on her racket and sort of set herself up. This is the kind of response we expected from Torrie, though.
Yeah, it was always going to happen after that 5-minute first game. Just not quite at the races. So another chance for Malik.
Grace just opting to use the towel at the front for her feet instead of her hands. It's clearly her shoes that are slipping rather than anything on her grip or her face sweating too much.
Sure. Just clipping the top of the tin. She hardly missed any of those yesterday. Gear. It's another chance for Malik. 13-12 now in this second game. Great serve. So be careful, Gear, with just popping up loose posts. She's giving her too much time at the front of the court, and there's the yell from Torrie Malik. She has managed to equalise. Much more like what we expect from Torrie Malik after this, some of the wins she's had in this tournament. It's an excellent response from her. So Torrie Malik takes the second game in a tie break, 14-12 in 11 minutes. The score is 1 game apiece. So Katrina, game on. We had the response that we expected and that we wanted here from Torrie Malik.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't want to see a whitewash. It's good to have a bit of excitement in this first semi-final.
Yeah, it's been a great week here in Inverness. We've had some fantastic matches, quite a few upsets, and a lot of younger players coming through, and some Scottish success as well. We've got Georgia Adderley at 7 o'clock tonight, the 20-year-old from Edinburgh.
Yeah, again, great to see Georgia flying the flag for Scotland, the only one remaining, after a great match last night against Julianne, #1 seed.
Yeah, she managed to beat Julianne Cortese, very experienced English player. That's good. Back across the body of Malik. Wasn't able to turn in time.
Yeah, that's smart from Grace.
Oh, she got a racket on it.
That was so close. Could have been an unbelievable shot there.
Could have been shot at the tournament if she'd played that for a winner. Great reactions.
Oh, it wasn't far off.
Unfortunately, not able to make it to the front wall. Nice lob serve again into the side wall.
Yeah, both girls making really good use of the height on this court, just to get themselves out of pressure or even apply pressure to their opponent.
Do you like to employ a lob serve?
Not recently. No, I tend to go through phases of using different serves.
Yeah, sure.
And currently not utilizing the lob serve.
You just like to try and get it into the side wall and leave it at that.
Yeah, into the side wall and ideally bouncing in behind my opponent.
Well, just a bit unsure about the kill there. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, looked good to me.
Yeah,
that's the danger of the lob serve.
That is, yeah. It's a fine line, but if you do plenty of solo practice with it, you can get great rewards. Outweighs the bad.
Who's on tour or past or present has the best lob serve you've ever seen?
Probably Jonah Barrington, and that's obviously going a long way back. But he, I was very lucky to have a lot of coaching with him, and he was a big influence on me. And I mean, his lob serve, especially when I was first on court with him, which is when I was 10, 11, 12, I just literally couldn't get it back. It was so. I mean, it had snow on it when it came down. It wasn't that high. It was absolutely ridiculous. But in more recent times, James Willstrop has used it quite a lot. So Gear here just in a slight lead, using that boast again to try and stretch Malik.
Yeah, that seems to be a weak position for Malik. Just into that front right, always seems to end up
there. Yeah,
on the floor, like skidding onto her knees.
You do forget though that she's only 17. It's an amazing achievement this week, isn't it? Win or lose.
Oh yeah, unbelievable, and just the experience to be in a semi-final of such a big event. It's really, really good for her.
Yeah, I think if I was serving to Malik, I might even do the ones down the middle or at the body, just mix it up as much as possible. Both of these players actually return serve on a loose one really well.
Yeah, anything to ensure they aren't allowed to consistently volley. Give yourself that opportunity to get in front and start the rally on the front foot. That's a lovely shot from Grace.
Fantastic shot from high up on the forehand. She uses the angles really well, Grace Gear. It's a good get, but she's under pressure here. Torrie Malik. Yeah, it's well played, well straightened. So 4 game balls now for Grace Gear in this all-English challenge. This semi-final. It's just a little bit lazy there from Torrie Malik. There's Curtis Malik, Torrie's older brother, who will be in action later on. Giving her a few words of advice right now. But Grace Gear, the number 8 seed, takes the 3rd game 11-6 in 6 minutes. She leads by 2 games to 1. So just a bit of a lapse there really in the last game, wasn't it, for Torrie Malik? I'm not really quite sure. I think she just got a little bit frustrated with herself. Grace Gear, as I said, just a few years older.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see another game, or do you think Grace can close it out in 3-1?
It's very important, these first few rallies, to see how Malik responds to that last disappointment. You know, keep saying she's only 17, but that is a huge factor in this match. Hasn't had the kind of experience that a 23-year-old has had. And the start of this is looking good for Malik. She's certainly got the ability to do it.
Yeah, it's just about stringing that consistency together, isn't it?
Yeah, just staying tough mentally. Just trying not to let things get to her.
Shots like that certainly help.
Grace Gear seems to me as someone who's very good mentally. Keeps herself under control pretty well on the squash court.
Yeah, I'd agree. Never see many outbursts at the referee or even at herself, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly not a pushover. She'll have a word with the referee, but she'll do it in the right way. Oh, that was... How did that go up from Grace Gear? The ball was glued to the side wall on that forehand side, and she managed to boast it. It went up. Great retrieval and flick. It's great squash from these two.
Still no one pulling away quite yet. Both point for point.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign for Malik because should have been very unhappy with that last game, and it's a good sign for the neutrals as well because it means that we're potentially going to 5. So that's just a little bit of a lack of concentration. Key points. Got to make sure that happens to a real minimum.
It's well read from Grace, just anticipating that cross court and punching it straight.
Yeah, it was on the half volley too as well, wasn't it? So really good timing there from her. Slightly ambitious, you'd say, from that position.
Yeah, the ball just squirting out a little bit from the back wall neck. Not an easy shot to play from a good position, never mind in that one.
True. That's a good shot from Gear. That backhand, the trusty backhand working for her on this volley.
Yeah. That fist bump tells us just how important that point was. She's got a first 2-point lead.
Perfect length, really found the space. Got exactly the right target there, Grace Gear. See, just pushing herself on. She's recognising the key points really well. That was a little bit fortunate, hitting the join between the side wall and the front wall. That wasn't aimed for. Squash players know as the nick.
Another really crucial point here. Big difference between 9-7 and 10-6.
Yeah, absolutely. Torrie Malik really needs this one. Chance for her. Just well straightened by Grace Gear. And again, she's got herself in a brilliant position and deserves that fist pump. That was fantastic. She really worked that well, Grace Gear. Showed a lot of bottle to win that point.
And just like that, another point for Torrie.
Yeah, it's a nice finish just to pull a point back. Just make Grace Gear think about it a little bit. There you go. There's just a little bit of... No, that wasn't the right shot, was it there?
No, not quite.
Shot selection's been really good from Gear so far, but that was the wrong shot.
Yeah, she just needs to make sure she's making Torrie work for these points if she's going to win them. She's going to have to do lots and lots of work, and as we say that, she hits the 10.
Well, we've all been there. It was a bit of a sitter, but of course there was a lot riding on that shot. It would have taken her through to the final had she completed it. Still got a match ball though, Grace Gear. A little bit heavy, that drop shot. And the boast nerves perhaps just starting to show. She's let Torrie Malik back into this fourth game now. We're in a tie break. So the player has to win by 2 clear points now. Oh my word.
Crucial time for that kind of mistake.
I mean, I was singing the praises of lob serves earlier, but there are times when you perhaps maybe need to just play it a little bit safer, like a tie break in the fourth.
Yeah, not to give your opponent match ball.
Well straightened. Great rally from these two. Oh, it's fantastic. Really gutsy from Torrie Malik as well there.
Yeah, it's a low margin for error on that cross court.
She loves that shot. Oh, this is getting really tense, Katrina.
I know.
Are you playing every shot?
Not quite yet. Maybe in the 5th.
God.
Another error from Torrie there.
I'm not sure whether if she was trying to defend, but she certainly should have been trying to defend. The ball was slightly behind her. It's another chance for Gear here in this tie break. Oh my word, what a win. Fantastic win there for Grace Gear. Really good match from these two young English players. Torrie Malik had a fantastic tournament, the 17-year-old coming through from round 1, getting all the way to semi-finals. But it's Grace Gear, the number 8 seed, who comes through 11-2, 12-14, 11-6, 13-11 in 36 minutes. She's through to the final.
I'm courtside with Grace Gear, who's just booked her place in the Springfield Scottish Squash Open final. Grace, congratulations, you must be delighted with that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy. This is my first 10K final, so yeah, really happy to get through that. Yeah.
And in terms of the match itself, I mean, Torrie was a tough competitor. She really pushed you all the way.
Yeah, the game was fast and furious in the first 2, and then she played a different tactic in the 3rd, like started lifting a bit more, but then by the end it was back to being quite fast-paced again. So yeah, it had a bit of everything.
And what's going through your head? You know, I know you had quite a few match balls chances to win at the end, and how do you kind of keep yourself calm in those situations? What are you telling yourself?
Yeah, I was 10-6 up, and then I got a little bit edgy. Yeah, I started to go short way too soon, but yeah, I got across the line in the end, so yeah, just really happy about that.
Absolutely, and so through to the final tomorrow, how are you going to prepare for that? Are you going to stick around and see who you face, or is it very much a case of go home and chill?
Yeah, I'll just hang around, watch a few of the matches, and then just go back and chill, ready for tomorrow.
Cool, well, best of luck. Once again, congratulations, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Our attention now turns to the men's competition, where Torrie Malik's brother, Curtis Malik, will be taking on Emyr Evans, and that one is due to start at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Graham's, the family dairy. We are stepping up our home deliveries. Get fresh creamy milk in glass bottles. Butter, cream and yogurt in time for breakfast. Delicious dairy from local farmers, produced by Graham's and delivered straight to your doorstep. Graham's, the family dairy. Check out our full range online.
It is now time to introduce the players for our first men's semi-final of the day. Up first, brother of Torrie, Malik, the unseeded Englishman has been here since round 1, beating the numbers 2 and 6 seeds so far on his road to the semi-final. Please welcome onto court, Curtis Malik. Up against Curtis, representing Wales and the number 5 seed in this year's Springfield Scottish Squash Open. Please welcome onto court, Emyr Evans.
Welcome back to viewers tuning in on BBC Sports Scotland and BBC iPlayer. You're watching coverage of the Scottish Squash Open live from Inverness. And we have the first men's semi-final here between Emyr Evans, the number 5 seed of Wales, Curtis Malik, unseeded from England. Just saw his sister unfortunately lose in the first women's semi-final. So many good young players playing in this tournament and lots of upsets and 5-set matches. Curtis Malik from England is 123 in the world currently, 21 years of age, born in Redhill, coached by his father Cameron. He got through his route to this semi-final. His brother Perry in the first round, he had to play first round. Some of the seeded players got byes, and then Peter Creed of Wales, but he had to unfortunately retire in the second game. Then he came through in a massive match against Rui Suarez, 11-9 in the 5th. That's Curtis Malik in the white top on the right-hand side on the forehand for right-handers. And on the left-hand side, on the backhand, in the red shirt, Emyr Evans. Currently 96 in the world, 24 years of age, from Rhyl in Wales. Been on the tour for 6 years now and has got to an impressive 5 PSA finals, but not been able to convert yet. Something he'll be trying to correct this week. He's got a 55% win rate. That's 146 matches. He's coached by his father, Andrew, who himself was a Welsh international, and also David Evans, who is the Welsh national coach, former British Open champion. Curtis Malik, 22 years of age, not 21 as I said. 5 years he's been on the tour, been to 1 PSA final. Fantastic run for him, as I said, especially that win against the number 2 seed Rui Suarez yesterday, 11-9 in the 5th. It's going to be interesting to see how he can back up in this semi-final. An England v Wales semi-final. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me for this first men's semi-final is Scottish national coach Paul Bell. Good afternoon, Paul.
How you doing, Simon?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for inviting me up here. You were the first person that got in touch with me to get involved with this fantastic event.
Well, your reputation procedure, you've doing a few of these events now, so we wanted to get the proper pros in. You're the first name that came to mind.
Thank you very much. It's been a great week. It's been great to be back in Inverness. It's the 3rd time for me. Everyone's been so welcoming and so helpful, not just to me, but to all of the players. They're all really enjoying the event.
Yeah, it's been a great event, actually. The club have really got behind everything that we've been trying to do. So it's a real joint effort between Scottish Squash and the Inverness club up here, and yeah, they've definitely loved having the event and put as much as they've got behind it, which has been great to see. So many bright green t-shirts knocking around, all the army of volunteers, and they've really gone the extra mile with just the little things that they've put on for the players.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and of course we've got Scottish interest. We've had quite a bit of Scottish interest during the event. But we have George at Adderley, the only Scot left, at 7 o'clock tonight. So you'll be in your coaching capacity.
Yeah. yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a good one. It's been great to have so many Scots able to compete in the event. So yeah, it's nice to have a semi-finalist as well.
So here we go, the first men's semi-final today here in Inverness between number 5 seed Emyr Evans of Wales and unseeded Curtis Malik. There you see in the white shirt of England. He's just been in the coaching corner for his sister Torrie, the 17-year-old who got through earlier. Well, she got through to the semi-finals and unfortunately for her lost today, sorry.
It's been such a good event for them, hasn't it? Obviously, Perry getting into it as a last-minute reserve, and yeah, Torrie and Curtis have managed to get right through to the semi, which they would have probably looked at a draw and thought if they played really well, they would have a chance to, but you've got to back it up, haven't you? So it's...
Yeah, it must be quite a... wouldn't happen too often having 3 siblings in an event together, and 2 of them, of course, getting to the semis. It's be quite a rare occurrence.
I can't even think of a family of 3 that are all on PSA Tour.
I can't currently, but back in the day there was the Martins, Rod Martin, Brett Martin, Michelle Martin.
Yeah, they did all right, didn't they?
They were pretty good. No pressure to the Maliks.
Yeah, I mean, even Evans are a pretty accomplished family of squash players as well.
Of course. Emyr's sister Tesney. Anyone who watches a lot of squash will be very familiar with her.
It's going to be interesting to see how this match goes. Both of them are pretty good with the racket. Got a few different shots, and obviously it was a tough match for Curtis yesterday. So I'm sure Emyr will be trying to come out and make it as tough as possible in this first game and see what Curtis is made of. But it's a good start.
Fantastic start for the youngster. He's really taking the game to his opponent. I say youngster, they're both youngsters, but just one's Emyr Evans, just a little older at 24. What do you feel? I'm going to put you on the spot. What's your, I mean, obviously you're you know, a neutral, as it were, in terms of this match, being the Scottish national coach.
Yeah.
What's your gut feeling for the winner here?
I think I'm going to back Emyr. I think he's probably going to be a bit too experienced. He's played a lot of like tough matches, and I know he hasn't made it through to a 10K final yet, but he's definitely good enough to do it. And Curtis is obviously playing well. He's come out firing, but so far in this match. But yeah, I think Emyr will know what to do. He'll change things up at the right time and have enough experience to get through.
Play the big points well.
Yeah.
Score?
I'm going to say 3-1.
Okay. Just writing that down now.
You're going to hold me to it. What's your track record? Are you pretty good at the predictions?
I'm terrible. I'm terrible. I mean, I can't even remember what I predicted. That's how bad I am. I don't put don't worry, I don't put too much emphasis on the scoreline, but if you get the correct winner, then I'm usually pretty impressed.
It's a really hot court, this court at Inverness, and it's lovely to play on, a nice plaster court, but you need to really find your line and length before you start opening up the front of the court. And yeah, as you can see here, just haven't quite managed to get their length working just yet. It's flying about a bit, but
yeah, it's a bit scrappy, isn't it, at the moment? But that could be the nerves for these two. Yeah,
it's a big opportunity, isn't it?
A cursory apology there from Evans. Sometimes when the ball goes really tight to the wall, you kind of scrape it off and it drops out of reach from your opponent. Just a little bit fortunate.
You love them though, don't you, as a player?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You apologise, but really fist pumping inside.
It's not genuine.
Curtis has already had a win over the Welsh, hasn't he? He beat Peter Creed in round 2.
He did. Peter Creed unfortunately had to retire though in the second with a foot injury.
With them both trying to volley in this early stages, there's potential for a little bit of traffic. Hopefully they find a line around each other.
Yeah, I was just about to say how clean it is so far. Both look to play the ball. You're always going to get a bit of traffic in squash, as you know. Just for the people that haven't seen squash before, that might be tuning in, if you can get a let ball if you feel your opponent's in the way of your line to the ball, and that's a fairly basic, simple explanation. It can be a bit complicated at times, but if your opponent hits the ball back to himself or herself, and you're ready to play, then it can be a stroke, which is deemed your point.
Yeah, sometimes in these tense affairs, it ends up coming down to a lot of decisions, and you're trying to win rallies through a lot of strokes if you can.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid in squash as much as possible. Just nice continuous play. Don't want too much arguing with the referee. It's always great when the referee's not really remembered. That's a good referee, and somebody, and also the two players are helping the situation.
It's funny though, we've had a lot of school kids come in the early rounds, and they really start to perk up when there's a lot of tension with the referees and a bit of arguing. But in general, we want a nice, clean match with as fewer decisions as possible.
Yeah, a few of my co-commentators like it when it gets a bit feisty. I won't mention any names. So far, this is pretty clean between these two. Both of them moving well.
Yeah, there's some good play. They're using all the court, a bit of variety in the length. They're just trying to find those targets.
So that's an example of what I was describing earlier. A loose shot, so a ball that wasn't close to the side wall, and it was coming near the body of Malik. Evans ready to play. So stroke to the Welshman.
Clawed it back well here, Emyr. 4-love to 4-all.
Another, yeah, that is a stroke. It's a good example of a stroke. Ball again coming quite loose, back into the body.
Yeah, it's just a little bit loose down that backhand side, isn't it? Oh, that wasn't loose though. That was tight as you can get. Love to see the winners that are just squeezed off the side wall. Good accurate squash. Curtis going for it right off the returner serve. Cross-court Nick put himself under a bit of pressure. They're amazing when they go in, but if you do end up just missing it, you're really exposing yourself, leaving your opponent in the middle of the court.
Both players now just rallying a little bit down the backhand side, which happens sometimes, especially with right-handers on that left side, just trying to keep the ball tight, which means close to the side wall, so that their opponent doesn't really have an opportunity to take it short. Like there, that was a short attack, the boast. Good pressure, isn't it, from Evans?
Yeah, really good. I love it. It's a great sign when someone's getting into a good position to be able to straighten those bursts. A lot of players who rush onto the ball leave themselves only with the ability to play across court, and this straight drive can be so effective from those front court positions, as you saw there.
Bit scrappy that from Malik, and he knows it.
Don't want to be giving away easy points at this stage against someone like Emyr. Gonna make you work for every point. Good defensive shot, getting out of trouble from the front of the court from Curtis. You use a bit of height when you're starting to feel the pressure in squash. It can really help you to get back into position on the tee, which is the middle of the court where you want to be trying to stand as much as you can. Did a good job there.
Yeah, the pace of the game in general always increases, doesn't it? Like in a lot of sports, every sort of 5-10 years, and with different generations, and it's fantastic to watch these days. And it's been great at this level as well, not just at the highest level in the world rankings, but as you say, you know, the use of a lob, it never dies, and a little bit more of a touch game or a varied game is very effective.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I really try and encourage the players that I work with up in Scotland, to have the ability to use as much variety as possible. A lot of people get caught up with the fact that the game is played at a really fast pace, and it absolutely is, but you don't want to be trying to avoid being one-dimensional if you can.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to think about how Mohamed El Shabaghi has changed his game over the last few years, or adjusted his game, I should say.
Absolutely. There's so many different ways to play squash, and you can still be effective and a top player playing in a whole host of different styles. So it's really about trying to find a style that works for you and the way that you see the game, and physically how you are able to train and maximize your physical attributes.
So this one's interesting, because Emyr Evans was asking for a stroke, and this one is a bit more of a borderline stroke. Just explain why that is.
He did clear. It wasn't the best shot. It was a bit loose, but he got out back to the middle of the court pretty quickly, didn't he? So I think there was definitely an opportunity for Emyr to hit that ball. But you get punished for those loose shots, don't you?
Yeah, certainly do.
Lovely. Nice and tight. The clatter of the racket against the wall. He did well to stay in this. where that lob needs to come. Oh, he's not happy with that one. Or is that there?
It's difficult
That looked
to tell.
fine, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to tell comprehensively.
Emyr was pretty convinced.
And as you know, sometimes squash is so fast, you almost go in with your eyes closed and not even sure if you've picked the ball up.
Yeah, especially in these tense moments at the end of a big game. Like you see things that perhaps aren't there just because you will in that ball to bounce twice.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go. It clipped the side wall, but let's just have a listen to Malik. I think that's a stroke.
I think it's a stroke as well. But Curtis definitely did.
Our opinions don't matter. It's just the referee. So it means that Emyr Evans has 2 game balls in this first game.
Comes back to what we said before about that one that you thought was maybe a bit softer the other way around. And if you've hit a loose shot, then you'd probably be getting punished for it, really. And that was definitely a loose drop shot. Hopefully Curtis won't let it affect him too much. Back in a decent rally here. Oh, that was nice. Getting up onto the volley, taking the game to Emyr.
Oh, he just pulled away from that one slightly. Didn't quite commit to the follow through. But as you know, it's one of those situations where there's so much riding on that drop shot. 99 out of 100 times in solo or any other kind of normal situation in the match, he would have put that one away. But it was the game ball situation that put pressure on himself. So one saved. Line. Or one given away, I should say, from Evans.
Ooh. The quality is definitely getting better in this match now. They're hitting their length targets a lot better.
Yeah, and better width as well. Pace has gone up just a bit at the end of this game, at the business end, especially from Evans, just trying to really pick it up on some of these drives and kills.
Premature fist bump, trying to influence the referee.
Yeah, that was a let all day long. As you can see, not short enough, not low enough, not far enough away from the body of Malik.
He'd set up it nicely. That's exactly what he wanted, to create that volley opportunity on the forehand side. Just didn't quite execute it the way he would have liked.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. It's about creating those opportunities, isn't it? And if you create, the more you create, the more chance you're going to get some. And there's the winning sort of bit of a half lob cross court there from Evans, but he doesn't care how he wins the points or the games.
Yeah, it was a nice little lob to finish.
So Emyr Evans from Wales, the number 5 seed, takes the first game 11-9 in 18 minutes. He leads by 1 game to love. So very important first game for Emyr Evans, the more experienced of the two.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for Curtis to try and get into the match in this game here. Like he obviously played quite well in that first game. It wasn't as if he got blown away, but just not quite getting over the line. And that's kind of where my prediction came. Like Curtis is a great player with some great shots, but just that ability to get over the line, you need a few years on, well, or a lot of players, a few years on tour can really help you to be able to do that.
Definitely, it's just being in those situations, being in semi-finals, finals of challenger events, and then, you know, that stepping stone into the next level, and moving into the top 100, which Evans is, of course, at 96.
Curtis played that rally quite well there. I think Emyr Evans did a good job of getting a let and getting out of that rally alive. Stepping up the court a little bit, both of them here, trying to volley more, avoid the ball going all the way to the back of the court. You can do that to an opponent, it really forces them to have to rush their decision making and rush their shots, and that's
like that.
Exactly what
right on cue
you're hoping for.
Didn't really, he had to try and half volley that from a standing position. Malik, didn't work out for him.
He's definitely got the ability to do it though. I think it's really good signs for the future for Curtis. He can step up and he can play at this faster pace. He likes to volley.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him this week, and his sister, of course, Torrie. Both of them, I've heard a lot about the Malik family, but I haven't really seen them play. There's been a few players this week that I've heard a lot about and haven't seen them play that much, just for whatever reason, not been at the same tournaments, or they've not been on TV.
Yeah, it's just these 10K events are filled with the players that aren't quite making Super Series, isn't it? Kind of, if you're up in the top 80, you might get the opportunity every now and again to get first round of a Super Series event, but this group of players would still be waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. Sebastien Bonmalais, number 58 in the world. He's the number 1 seed here from France. He's playing Nick Wall tonight at 8 o'clock, and he's had a couple of opportunities, Bonmalais, to play against some top players like Gawad. He's looked in very good form this week.
Yeah, he's looked good. It's going to be a good match, actually. See how Nick backs up after 2 5-setters over the last couple of days. But he's a great player, Nick Wall, as well, on the rise for sure.
How do you think you'd back up after 2 5-setters?
I don't think I'd get through 1 5-setter.
Yeah, same here.
A couple of gym sessions this week, but 20 minutes is about my max.
What's the point?
Well, you can work hard in 20 minutes. It's better than nothing.
Good walk from the hotel for me, that was enough. That was about 20 minutes as well, so we're equal.
Oh, well, we've done about the same.
Good play from Malik here. He's making Evans do quite a lot of work in that rally, stretching him out well.
Great pressure, yeah, taking it into the front of the court nicely and then getting onto the follow-up volley quickly. Push him to the front and then the back of the court over and over again. It's definitely going to be a tactic that you'll be trying to use. Get Emyr on the stretch. He's so good with the ball next to him, isn't he? He hits a lovely ball, Emyr. So you definitely want to get him on the run as much as possible. Same as his sister.
Yeah, very true. Both these players, in fact, time the ball nicely.
Yeah, squash families have obviously hit a lot of squash balls over the years with each other.
Yeah, there's obviously something in that. It's quite a brutal rally, isn't it? Quite a long rally.
Oh. Yeah, they've just taken a little step back. Turn into more of a bit of a length battle, but you can't really step up and volley the way that they were in the first few points for the whole match, or certainly players of at this sort of challenger level won't be able to do that. It's a real physical challenge. The guys at the very top make it look a lot easier than it is, don't they?
Yeah, not all of those guys and female players can do that even at that level. You know, it's just very, very tough for anyone, whoever you are. That's why it's so impressive when you look at somebody like Shibagi, who's been around for so long and been able to motivate himself to play at that pace, play shots like that, for fun every single day, and just keep it going in every single match. Just maintain the pressure.
Yeah, that was a lovely finish, getting the ball to bounce twice before the side wall. It's something that I really look for as a sign of a great shot. It makes it so much more difficult for the opponent. Again, two really nice volleys from Emyr just to get that couple of points cushion.
Yeah, he needed to go and play that, Malik. Again, for people that haven't watched squash before, if you have to make every effort to go and get the ball. And obviously it's the referee's discretion, but if the referee feels you haven't made quite enough effort, then you won't get a let ball.
This is a nice little spell for Emyr Evans, playing some lovely squash. Curtis going for the quick one.
It's pretty impressive. Time that the way he did.
Can you see a little tactical change from Emyr in this game? Seems to be using the front of the court a little bit more to then really get onto the next one and send in front and back here.
It's a good shot. He's not going to get a let ball there, and you can tell quite often with the players, they know what they're going to get.
Yeah,
bit hopeful.
Trying his luck. It was a really good counter from Curtis. Full stretch. He's a tall boy as well, isn't he? So he's using every inch that he's got. Back in it in this game. He's done well to claw it back. Probably this is a big point.
Yeah, he's certainly not going away, Malik, at all. It's hard stuff here. That's a very good area for Evans. That backhand around the middle of the court on the volley just flattens it so well, millimetres above the tin.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Comes out when he needs it. The right thing to try and do, play a lift. The pressure was on there. It just clipped the out of court line.
Yeah, just overcooking it slightly there, Malik. As you say, the tactics are pretty good so far.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of stretching the court out, getting
but just not executing it quite well enough. That's the problem. That's why we have Emyr Evans with 4 game balls here in the second.
Solid performance so far from Emyr Evans.
Yeah, it's been very clinical, hasn't it, so far? He's not done a lot wrong. His tactics have been pretty good. Not let his younger opponent get too much time and space, and ability around the middle of the court to put the ball away. Oh, not sure he knew what he was doing there, Emyr Evans. But again, he's won the point and he's won the game. Malik just not able to respond to that shot. So Emyr Evans of Wales takes the second game 11-6 in 11 minutes. He leads by 2 games to love.
Big climb for Curtis Malik. Big mountain to climb for Curtis Malik now. Do you see anything changing, Parky?
Well, not with shots like that. No, I mean, it wasn't a bad idea, to be honest. But again, you know, early doors in this third, it's just the execution that's not quite there for Malik. He's not far away.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his choices are certainly not the wrong choices. But the difference is that Evans is taking his opportunities.
Yeah, it's been very clinical around the middle, especially on the volley. So Curtis will be looking to try and take away the middle of the court for Emyr, and he's already using a little bit of height, trying to make sure that he gets the ball through the court, which is a good idea on his part.
Well, it looked good from here, that, Paul. I don't know how your eyes
shot, yeah.
And just from the flight of the ball, and we can't always tell. Let's have a closer look here. I think that was good.
Yeah, looked a great shot.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it could have been
exactly
any lower.
Where you want to be putting the ball.
Yeah. And literally a millimetre above the tin.
Oh, they're playing a lot. It's tough. Not what you need when you're 2-0 down, is it?
No, I mean, it didn't deviate at all, did it? I think that was good, but to go by the referee's opinion.
It's so hard to tell when you don't have the replay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good finish from Evans.
How much of an impact do you think that brutal 5-setter is having on Curtis today?
I don't know. I don't think that's... I mean, he'd be able to tell us a bit later on how his body's feeling, but I mean, he's not 17 anymore. He's still young, obviously, but I think he'd be okay. I think it's just the the good play of Evans and the experience of Evans, and situations like this where he's not quite able to execute that's causing the problem. I don't think it's the previous match.
Yeah, I think one thing that Emyr is doing really, really well when you're playing against a player who's as skillful as someone like Curtis Malik, they're gonna have really good spells during the game, and he's hanging in there with him during those spells, so it's kind of 50-50, 3-all, 4-all when Curtis is going through really good spells.
When he's playing well, yeah.
But players like that are generally always going to have a little dip as well and make a couple of errors, and that's where he's getting his leads and then keeping hold of them. So
yeah, absolutely right.
Good show from Emyr Evans so far. Really starting to use the front of the court now.
Whipping that boast in from the back of the court. He hasn't played that hardly at all in this match. Bit of a surprise there for Malik.
Perfect one, bouncing twice before, just at the side wall. Played it quickly. It's absolute brutal to get down to those balls before they hit. Bounce twice.
And again, he might employ that one a bit more, the boast.
It's another one of those soft ones, isn't it, where the referee wants him to go through and play that shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure he had a full line to the ball there, though, Malik. But it's his responsibility, I guess, to show that a bit more. And almost, I don't know, muscle is the right word, but just show that he can almost get there even with interference.
Oh, that was nice reactions. Quick volley there from down the middle.
Quite get down to that one, did he? It was sort of still a little bit upright on that reaction volley, Malik. I think that actually did show to me that there is a little bit of fatigue coming in.
Yeah, these errors that are creeping in this game, it's been tough so far, even in this match, let alone what happened yesterday. So that paired with the fact that you're 2-0 down, you've got to put a hell of a lot of work in to try and get back into this match.
Great shot from Evans there from the back of the court. Fantastic skill here. Just ran it in. I mean, it couldn't have been any better. Let's have another look from here. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's lovely. Confidence is really building now, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got his tail up, the Welshman.
Oh. Emyr telling the referee what the decision needs to be.
Well, the reason why this is given as a no-let is because the referee feels that he's got room to swing there, Malik. He's saying he wants a safety let. He was scared to swing. But the referee feels that he had enough space and should have played it. So it's a no-let.
He definitely should have played it. I don't know about the space bit, but the court was wide open for him, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he hasn't got the cross court available there. That's why it's a stroke to Evans. He can't play a cross court there. He would strike Malik. It wouldn't be safe.
Curtis just overcomplicated that. He had a bit of time and opportunity at the front of the court there, and if it came off, it would have been wonderful, but just didn't quite get it right, and Emyr got the stroke.
Oh, great drop shot lunge there. Well played, nice. Malik. Fantastic straighten. I mean, initially the volley and then the straighten on the forehand side. That's really good. Long way to go though for Malik. Been some fantastic stuff in this third game from Evans.
Yeah, it's been a real professional performance from Emyr Evans. he'll be pleased with this in a semi-final of a Challenger 10K event.
Well, I would say a stroke.
Yeah, there's not a lot of clearance there after he's hit that shot.
Well, zero clearance.
He was at full stretch. It's tough to get out of those positions quickly.
And that's what you want when you put somebody in the front of the court. That's what you want, isn't it? If they're going to get it back.
Definitely, that's the reward that you're looking for. The risk is there that you've got to play such a fine shot into the front of the court. Risk of maybe hitting the tin or leaving it open for your opponent to do something to hurt you, but the reward is really high as well.
It's well reacted, but some great pressure again. Some fantastic cross court. It's just the right line and pace and height on the front wall from Evans, measuring it beautifully. It's rewarded him with 6 match balls here in the 3rd game. 6 opportunities to get to the final of this Scottish Open here in Inverness. Well, there you can see what it means to Emyr Evans in this match, this semi-final. A wonderful run from Curtis Malik of England. There you can see, fully deserved for Emyr Evans, the number 5 seed from Wales, taking out Curtis Malik, the unseeded player from England. 11-9, 11-6, 11-4 in 42 minutes. He's through to the final tomorrow.
I'm courtside with Emyr Evans, who's just booked his place in the men's final tomorrow. Emyr, through to the final tomorrow, you must be delighted with that.
Over the moon. To be honest, I was feeling good before. I had 2 good wins before this, but if someone said free love like that, I would have bit the hand off. The first match back after lockdown, I actually played Curtis in a tournament and lost 3-2. So it was a bit of a revenge on the line, really.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, to do it in straight games, it must be so good, and you must be feeling confident going into tomorrow, having only dropped 1 game so far this competition as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first was so crucial. He had such a hard match and a really good win yesterday. So the first, I think, even if he took it, I had to make sure it was hard and long. And then after that, I just grew in confidence with going short as well. So yeah, pretty happy.
Yeah, and in terms of tomorrow's final, will you stick around and see who you face, or in such good form, does it matter?
I might not. I mean, I know them both well. I know roughly how they play, really, so might just get away from the club a little bit and just chill out, maybe watch some football.
Yeah, definitely. Well, once again, congratulations. We'll see you again tomorrow, and best of luck for that. That brings us into our first session of the day. Emyr Evans will play in tomorrow's final, and Grace Gear is also in the women's final. Don't forget to tune in later on, where we'll see if Georgia Adderley is flying the flag for Scotland and see if she can make it into the women's final.
So the first session of the day is done and dusted. There's the first women's semi-final. Some of the winning shots from that. There you see the joy from Grace Gear in this all women's semi-final, all English women's semi-final here. She goes through to the final, beating Torrie Malik. Fantastic performance from her. A wonderful effort from Torrie Malik to get through to the semi-final stage. And then the match you've just seen there, Emyr Evans, absolutely delighted with his performance, getting through today. And again, brilliant performance from Malik coming through, unseeded. So there we have the schedule, and going to sign off for now and then join us just before 7 o'clock this evening for the second women's semi-final.
Graham's, the family dairy. We are stepping up our home deliveries. Get fresh creamy milk in glass bottles. Butter, cream and yogurts in time for breakfast. Delicious dairy from local farmers, produced by Graham's and delivered straight to your doorstep. Graham's, the family dairy. Check out our full range online. At Graham's, the family dairy, we are stepping up our home deliveries. Get fresh creamy milk in glass bottles. Butter, cream and yogurts in time for breakfast. Delicious dairy from local farmers, produced by Graham's and delivered straight to your doorstep. Graham's, the family dairy. Check out our full range online.
Hello. Hello and welcome to day 4 of the 2021 Springfield Scottish Squash Open. It's semi-final day today, and already we've seen 2 great matches here at Inverness Tennis and Squash Club. Earlier this afternoon, Grace Gear booked her place in the final with a 3-1 victory over Torrie Malik, and in the men's competition, Emyr Evans beat Curtis Malik in straight games to progress to the final. Who will join them? We will find out tonight. Before we start, we want to say a massive thank you and shout out to all our volunteers, officials and helpers here today. I think we can all agree that the food and service has been amazing. And a big thank you to our headline sponsor, Springfield.co.uk. Without them and the rest of our partners, none of this event would be possible. Now, to today's action, it is time to welcome the players on court for the second women's semi-final. Flying the flag for Scotland and number 6 in the competition, please give a warm welcome to Scotland's Georgia Adderley. Taking on Georgia, we have a player who has not dropped a game in the competition. Representing England and number 4 seed in this year's Springfield Scottish Squash Open, please welcome onto court, Gina Kennedy.
Welcome to viewers tuning in from BBC Sport Scotland and on BBC iPlayer. You're watching coverage of the Scottish Squash Open live from Inverness. And this is the second women's semi-finals between Georgia Adderley of Scotland, number 6 seed, and Georgina Kennedy, the number 4 seed from England. Georgia Adderley on the right-hand side with the pink top on. Born and bred in Edinburgh. She's 74 in the world and aged 20. She recently won the Mick Matthew Academy Open in Sheffield. It's in fantastic form. Georgia Adderley came through against the number 1 seed yesterday, Julianne Cortese. Fantastic win for her in 4 games. She's up against the very, very in form Georgina Kennedy, who's won so many tournaments since we've been able to play again after the relaxing of the rules. It's one of those players that a lot of the girls don't want to face, or find it very, very difficult against Gina Kennedy. Fantastic athlete. She's currently 58 in the world, 24 years of age. From London, coached by Ben Ford. Well, I'm Simon Parker. Joining me for this semi-final again is Inverness member Ian Prott. Good evening, Ian.
Evening, Simon. How are you today?
Very good, thanks. I should have introduced you as the father of Alistair Prott as well, local hero in this tournament. He did incredibly well, didn't he? You must be very proud.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're a squash parent, you seem to lose your own identity. You're someone's you're someone's dad or someone's mum.
And someone's taxi driver.
And someone's taxi.
No, it's fantastic what he did here, and quite a lot of Scottish interest early on. Now in the semi-finals, there's just one player. You can see on the left-hand side in the pink, representing Scotland. There's Georgina Kennedy. Interesting that she's wearing blue, isn't it? In Scotland, being English.
Yes, yes.
Might be psychological.
Yeah, you never know.
58 in the world now, but everyone accepts that she's playing a good top 20 level. She's a Harvard graduate, and pretty much when that happened and she was ready to pounce onto the tour, the pandemic was happening, and she didn't really get the chance perhaps to fly up as quickly as she would have. But it's only a matter of time, isn't it, with Gina?
Yeah, she's in a rich vein of form just now, Simon, for sure. And there's only one way she's going to go, and that's up the way.
So Georgia Adderley of Scotland to serve, the remaining Scot in this Springfield Scottish Open. And that's a sprightly start from Kennedy. They do actually have a head-to-head between these two. They've already played 3 times this year in 2021, and it's 3-love to Kennedy. And all of those matches were 3-love. Two finals in challengers and 1 semi. So Georgia Adderley looking to try and at least win her first game. Obviously the aim is to win the match, but it's a good target, I think, to start with, to try and win a game.
Yeah, it's a starting point, Simon, for sure, and certainly nothing to lose. So it's my turn to put you on the spot, early doors.
Oh, you got in there first.
I did. Prediction?
I think Kennedy's going to win. Scoreline, I'm going to go 3-1. I'm going to give Georgia her first game against Kennedy, but I do think that Kennedy's going to come through. Yourself?
Yeah, my heart wants Georgia, but my head says Gina.
Sounds like a song, like a great country music song.
Maybe later, Simon.
I need to see you sing that later on, yeah, maybe after a couple.
Okay, yeah.
Plays at such a high pace, doesn't she, Kennedy?
Yeah, great coverer of the court.
You just came up with, off mic, an interesting and also incredible stat about Kennedy. If you'd like to share that one.
Gina, as you said previously, Simon's a Harvard graduate, and in her time stateside, she was unbeaten for that period of time, which is no mean feat.
Absolutely incredible. Especially with the standard of college squash in the US these days. Lots of top foreign juniors, and well, obviously with bit of intelligence as well, get scholarships to Harvard and a lot of those Ivy League clubs, unis, sorry. I did some commentary on the college finals a few years ago, and the standard was unbelievable.
Yeah, was it quite an intense affair, was it?
It really was, yeah. They have, you know, like in Scotland or England, you have a 3-man team or a 5-person team. Over there, it's 9 against 9. So you have the best player obviously at 1, going all the way down to 9, and say Harvard against Princeton, and there's crowds, there's unbelievable crowds there. Obviously all the fellow students supporting.
Yeah.
Ali Farag and Amanda Sobey, now world-class players on the PSA World Tour. Ali Farag, well, world number 1. Both Harvard graduates. It's a pretty good start from Adderley as well here. She's not letting things get away from her. Georgia Adderley is now also a fellow co-commentator this week. Did a really good job a couple of times with me.
Yeah, she's got a great personality for it, I'm
She
sure,
does.
Simon.
Yeah, she likes to talk, like myself.
Yeah, I thought Gina there just went the wrong way to start off with.
Yeah, and it's the initial step, wasn't it? I think that's the reason for the no let.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shot from behind the service box there. The crowd really appreciating that one. It's another great thing about Inverness, although, of course, very supportive and proud of the Scottish players, also very knowledgeable and appreciative of the non-Scottish players.
Yeah, usually get a very fair crowd. Unless we're playing another local club, Simon, of course.
Who would be the biggest rivals for Inverness? Aberdeen?
In the local leagues, I would say there's Murrayshire Town, Elgin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit nearer than Aberdeen.
Yeah, halfway house.
Gets a bit rowdy, does it, that fixture?
It can do.
It's a good idea. Certainly wasn't the wrong shot there from Adderley. Just clipping the top of the tin. And she's got to try things like that, hasn't she? She's not going to beat Kennedy in a length game and a attritional game that's long rallies. I mean, she can play long matches, Adderley, but she does like to carve it around a little bit and think about what she's doing.
Yeah, it's all about working the ball and finding that opening, and then being right on top of the ball and executing.
Oh, that was a good shot. Lovely hold. That's a great shot. The little boast. Nice slow boast, just drawing Kennedy into the front of the court and then pouncing on this slightly loose drop shot. That was a great tactic.
Yeah.
I've been talking about holding the ball a little bit with Adderley. For those people that haven't seen squash before or don't play squash, it just means delaying the shot a little bit, even for a millisecond before you play it, and that messes with your opponent's movement. Mm-hmm. And it's a good tactic against somebody who's a great athlete and very fast like Kennedy. Oh, unbelievable leisure centre post, as we call it these days. It's actually a reverse angle. It seems to have acquired a new nickname, but that was delivered a fantastic way from Adderley. I don't think Kennedy even saw that one.
No, it's not very easy to do that from the back of the court, Simon, for sure.
Oh, great shot. I actually didn't see that one either until it had gone, bounced twice. Very deceptive.
Yeah, Georgia's looking very relaxed and composed there. It's great to see.
Yeah, I'm sure she will have had a good talk with Paul Bell before this match, just to have a really good think about the tactics, because she has been a very difficult player to beat, Kennedy. It's only really the some of the top players like Sarah Jane Perry that have been able to do it. It's a good squeeze from Kennedy. Oh, again. Could it be this first game where she gets her first game of Kennedy?
Be a great start.
Yeah, that low backhand drop shot, it's just looks, it's got the same backswing as a normal drive. Disguises it so well. I thought she got that.
Yep. She tripped, but definitely got that in my mind.
I mean, it was a bit scruffy, but she kind of popped out the neck, didn't it?
Yeah.
Some good length hitting, some solid length hitting now from both players. Not really wanting to go short too much in this rally. There's the boast. Oh, look at the speed there from Kennedy. It was a change of direction and then the fast feet. It was so impressive.
It was a long rally. Just unfortunately, Georgia didn't get across that line there.
Yeah, just pulled on that one a little bit. It came loose, close to the body. That means, of course, that Kennedy can't actually play the shot without potentially hitting her. She hasn't got the whole of the front wall, so the referee deems that a stroke. Great kill, but picked up with ease from Kennedy.
Hugging that side wall.
Or just didn't quite get the line there, Adderley. So 2 game balls for the English lady, Georgina Kennedy. Certainly not found this easy. She's been in many pressure situations like this before. Knows how to close out games. Oh, that's a great boast initially from Kennedy. Fantastic shot, really drawing Adderley into the front of the court and making a stretch and be off balance. So it's Gina Kennedy of England who draws first blood here in this England-Scotland match up in Inverness. The Scottish Open, Kennedy taking the first game 11-8 in 15 minutes. Quite a lengthy first game. She leads by 1-0. So a very well contested first game between these two. Certainly a game that Adderley could have won. She was certainly playing some exceptional shots. Unfortunately for her, Kennedy was equal to quite a lot of it. Good depth there from Kennedy. The opportunity, takes it in. First time of asking. It's a very simple game squash, isn't it? When you look at it like that, play a good length, get your opponent struggling, and then slot it at the front. Absolutely.
Well, no different though, Simon, don't we?
Yes. Once we get on there. It's a nice boast from Kennedy. Holds that ball well on the backhand side, Adderley. Looks like a drop shot, and then she just pushes it long, and that was just the right line. And when I say line, it's not clipping the side wall, it's running, and it's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a great rally for Georgia's confidence. Get back into this second game.
Clever shot. Again, lots of delay before she actually hit that ball. There was time to make Georgina Kennedy stop and then have to change direction. It's one of the hardest things to do on the squash court. Now, just moving slightly. Perhaps it wasn't the right shot either, but that's a good sign for Adderley. When you make your opponent play the wrong shot at the wrong time, that's a good sign.
Yeah, Georgia's very patient in that rally there. She had a couple of chances, but she just kept hitting the reset button and got the deserved point.
Oh, you will see Georgia Adderley on the floor a couple of times, probably in this match. She does like to dive sometimes. Unsuccessful that time. She needs some protection like skateboarders wear. The old elbows and knees. Good straight lift there on the backhand side. Good defence from Adderley. Slowing it down slightly. That was a good get. And that. Some great flexibility and agility from Adderley, from both players. Adderley, though, in this rally having to do most of the work. Great retrieving. Oh, she got it. Oh, she should have had that one. Perhaps a shot into the back right would have been better for Adderley, but it's very, very easy from here, of course.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Georgia there. Set up nicely for that forehand volley kill, but unfortunately just clipped the top of the tin.
And people talk about those shots as unforced errors, don't they? But it's sometimes it's just a general build-up of pressure, isn't it? That's the reason why you would miss a shot like that.
Yeah, especially when you're up against an opponent like Gina, who you know will get most, if not all, the balls back.
Yeah, so you just end up going lower and lower and lower, don't you? And then the errors creep in. Great stuff there between these two. Fantastic semi-final, this one. Well, Kennedy's using that boast really well, especially on the backhand side, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's executing it well. That's the issue. Getting it nice and low. Running away from her opponent. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, just needs to refocus here, Georgia. Try and close that 3-point gap. Curse of the commentator there, Simon, I think.
Well, I think, you know, it's hard work, isn't it? And I think that's 4 errors on the trot now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah,
you know, it's gone from 3-all to 7-3 in a heartbeat. You just cannot afford to do that at the top level. She got it.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, that's useful for Adderley, just to find a position in this game. Just take her time as she's doing. Well, that's a great shot. Really waited until Kennedy had committed and then pushed in that boast, and she had to go all the way around the houses. Kennedy ended up on the deck, but even someone of her speed, she couldn't retrieve that.
Yeah, it was that hold again initially from Georgia.
This is the problem, isn't it? She does so well for a couple of points, Adderley, and then gives away a weak one, an easy stroke.
Yeah,
but it's just experience, isn't it? I mean,
of course,
she's still only 20. She's had a fantastic week so far. Done herself and Scotland proud here,
as always. From her junior days as well, Simon. Yeah.
Yeah, good team player. Another unforced error, really. Just trying to do something a little bit extra after some long rallies. And Kennedy's got her where she wants her. 5 game balls now for Gina Kennedy. Take a 2-love lead. Oh, she's gone for it. She's gone for the Hollywood, and she's executed it fantastically well. Bit of power there as well. Lots of time, but she fancied it. She had lots of points to play with there, Gina Kennedy. Fantastic finish from the English woman. Just a bit of a shame from Adderley that the errors started to come, but Kennedy takes the second game. 11-5 in 12 minutes. She leads by 2 games to love. It's a little bit fortunate for Adderley, but she'll take it. You were just telling a story, Ian, about when you first saw Georgia playing for Scotland and France.
Yeah, it was they run the Five Nations competition, which is Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales and France. And we were out in the Le Mans, and it was the first time that I saw Georgia, and relatively new to the game, but boy, could she cover the court even then. And
she
it
was,
just,
what, 13, 14?
Yeah. And she just put her opponents off because they didn't know what to do with the ball.
And they hadn't seen her before.
No, that's right.
Started a little bit later than most, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was maybe 9 or 10, maybe introduced by her dad Mark, who's a very good squash and racquetball player. We've had many tussles over the years.
I was going to say, do you beat him?
It's very even, very even. Always competitive, but very even.
And she was a good footballer before squash, you said, as well, played for Scotland.
Yeah, very keen footballer.
Oh, what a shot there from Kennedy. That was only going to go in one place, that cross-court nick. Not as easy to do on the backhand side.
No, you're coming across your body there.
Yeah, she caught her on the backswing. You could see with the way the swing went there, it was deemed as prevented. That's why she was given the stroke, but that was sensational. That's the shot of the match so far, in my opinion.
Fantastic setup there from Gina. Execution was exemplary.
She got down to it. You saw on that brilliant replay there as well, on the volley. Adjusted so quickly. A little bit better from Adderley. At least the errors aren't coming in thick and fast like in the last game. Staying in the rallies. Just being a little bit more patient.
Yeah, hitting the lines well. Being patient, as you say, Simon. Just looking for that opening.
Yeah, just looking for the right opening, isn't it? It's not about being negative. It's about finding a really good opening with your aggressive length or whatever shot you're playing. Make everything that you hit, make it with purpose, make it with intent. And that was better. She got the reward there.
Yeah.
Eventually, you know, I mean, Kennedy's only human. She's not going to like excessively long rallies with lots of accuracy from her opponent.
Yeah. No, it was a great rally for Georgia's confidence, for sure.
Nice lift, very good lift from Adderley. just the right shot to play, and trying to press a bit now as well. This is a really good little period for Adderley. She's matching Kennedy at the moment.
Yeah, almost trying to force a mistake from Gina.
That was right on cue.
There you go.
That was brilliant. It was almost like you had a sixth sense there, Ian. But that's the thing. I mean, you know, when you go up the levels, that's what you have to do. Sometimes people, perhaps that don't know the game, think it's they don't really understand what's going on. It's a bit too long and drawn out. But every little shot has its own subtlety. That shot there, just drawing Kennedy back a little bit, just trying to find the space. An opportunity for a drop shot or a boast. She's going to wait.
Yeah, just clipped the sidewall there from Georgia, took the ball back out into the middle of the court. Gina was just waiting there, racket up. What do you think about that, Simon?
I think that's a bit harsh. The referee's given a no-let here because he feels that she should have gone and played that, or it was too good a shot. But neither of those things I agree with.
Yeah.
There was, you know, there was contact, and it wasn't the best of shots from Kennedy.
Yeah, Georgia just needs to wipe that out, start again.
Good width and depth there from Adderley. There's that opportunity, and she took it with both hands. Really, really positive, that volley. Nice and low and running. The kind of shot she was missing in the last game, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of effort put behind that one.
Someone's can dropping in the audience, just a bit distracting. Yeah, this time the referee gave a let, probably because they felt that there was enough interference. Kennedy saying it was, or Adderley saying it was the same as last time, but no situation is the same, as you know, Ian.
Yeah.
Nice tight work, excellent squeeze there from Adderley. I'd really like to see her get this game. Just, as I said, she's never taken a game off Kennedy. Great for the crowd, great for the Scottish fans, obviously, but for the neutrals too.
You just created that angle to get the ball tight against the back wall there. It was fantastic.
Pressing and pressing here, Adderley. Yeah, it's a good shot from Kennedy. It was always going to stay tight, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah.
There's a dive, and she actually got it. Oh, it's one far away from that one. That was absolutely incredible. You're speechless.
Not often that happens, Simon. Absolute commitment there, as always, from Georgia.
That first get was outrageous. Not too far away from the second one. I mean, do you think she's fully committed tonight, Georgia?
Oh, absolutely.
What makes you say that? Or did she just dive to get a break?
So just making sure that the two areas in the court aren't too slippy for the players' feet to move about on.
Yeah, that's right. Squash is it's a game of multiple lunges, isn't it? And it's got to be safe. It's got to be dry on the court. Just execution. I mean, keep saying it. Some of the shots, a lot of the shots are the right shots at the right time. She can just iron out those errors in the future. Tough rally, this one.
Yeah, Gina's so quick to get back to that tee, putting her opponent under pressure.
Oh. Well, it's very rare that she does that, Kennedy. It's well worked in that rally from Adderley. Just taking her time here, quite rightly. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Appreciated by Adderley there. She had a lot of time to get it wrong, in fact, this one. But she didn't. Georgina Kennedy set herself up perfectly.
Yeah, made that look so easy, which it isn't.
It certainly isn't, especially at the business end of a semi-final. So 3 match balls for Georgina Kennedy, the English number 6 seed, sorry, number 4 seed. Oh, it wasn't far away, and she kept plugging away with the attack. She didn't want to go negative. That's not the way she plays, Georgia Adderley, and unfortunately meant that she made a few errors in this match, but she gave fantastic performance here. The last Scot in the draw has gone, but Georgina Kennedy had to play really well to see off Georgia Adderley. It was a great game there. You see Paul Belt, the national coach, very proud of her efforts. But Georgina Kennedy of England, just a bit too good, really, for the young Scot, but a fantastic game. And she comes through 11-8, 11-5, 11-7 in 49 minutes.
I'm courtside with Gina Kennedy, who's just booked her place in the Springfield Scottish Squash Open final. Gina, how does that feel?
Yeah, I'm really good. That was a really tough match. I know the scoreline says it was 3-love, but it felt like a 3-2, and each game honestly could have gone either way. I'm not sure what the actual scores were, but each point was so crucial. Georgia is unbelievable at retrieving. I have to work so hard to win every point, and it makes me a bit edgy. Like I feel like I lose my targets and stuff because I'm just so. I know she's going to get onto it so quickly. So yeah, just really happy to get through in 3 there. But all credit to Georgia because she made me really work for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was exhausting to watch, let alone playing. What's going through your mind when you're playing these rallies and it's, getting to like 30, 40 shots? It's incredible to watch.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm not the best, mentally sometimes either. Sometimes my mind goes all over the place. So sometimes I can't even tell you what I'm thinking, but a lot of the time it's just get your targets because I feel myself getting a bit scrappy where I'm trying to win the rally too quickly. So yeah, I'm just trying to grind it down, really.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, it's been a great competition for you so far, yet to drop a game. You must be confident going into tomorrow's final.
Yeah, got to be confident. I've played Grace a few times over the last few months since tournaments have resumed, so we know each other's games quite well, so it's going to be really tough. I mean, she's been playing some great squash this week, so I think it'll be a really good final and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all looking forward to that. Well done again, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our attention now turns to the men's competition for the final match of the day. Sebastien Bonmalais will take on Nick Walls in just under 5 minutes' time. It is now time to introduce the players for our final match of the day, the men's second semi-final. Up first, we have the unseeded Englishman who's been here since round 1. He's come through 2 5-game thrillers to get here, proving he can go all the way. Please welcome onto court Nick Wall. Up against Nick, representing France and the #1 seed in this year's Springfield Scottish Squash Open. Please welcome onto court Sebastien Bonmalais.
Well, here we have the final match of the day, the final semi-final, second men's semi-final between the #1 seed Sebastien Bonmalais of France and the unseeded Nick Wall of England. Be interesting to see how Nick Wall backs up after his 2 5-setters. Nick Wall is now in the top 100 in the world. He's 99. 21 years of age, from Sheffield, coached by Nick Matthew, Neil Gowrie and David Pearson, and his route through beat a couple of Scots, Martin Ross and Rory Stewart. That one was in 5, and also then Abhay Singh from India, 12-10 in the 5th. He's got an even harder task today against that man in your picture, Sebastien Bonmalais. Very helpfully got his name on his back. 23 years of age, from Saint-Pierre in Reunion. He came through against a Spaniard and a Czech, Pollen and Bertus, both in 4. But didn't really seem too troubled. He always seems relaxed. He was an incredible mover, so light. Really looking forward to this match. Highest world ranking, 57. Been on the tour for 5 years, and he's already proved himself to be a winner, winning 5 from 7 finals, 5 titles. That's a pretty good record so far. And the young pretender on the right-hand side, there he is, from Yorkshire, Nick Wall, the lefty. As I say, he's had a really tough run through, but being 21 years of age, that shouldn't bother him too much. He's been on the tour for 5 years, picked up a title from 4 final appearances. He knows he's going to have his work cut out today, but plenty of time to rest for this evening match. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me for this final match of the day is local hero from Inverness, Alistair Prott. Good evening, Alistair.
Evening, Simon. How are you?
Very good, thanks. Just been commentating with your father. A natural.
Some might say. Good match to commentate on, though. High quality affair between the 2 ladies.
Yeah, it was. It was. It certainly didn't feel like a 3-love. That's 4 times now that Kennedy's beaten Adderley 3-love, but it certainly felt like Adderley could have got any of those games. Just a few too many errors here and there, but the intensity was very high, and at times Adderley was matching Kennedy. And talking of intensity, I feel that sometimes Nick Wall comes in and out of that intensity, and I think that in a match like this, he's not going to be allowed to do that. He's going to have to be pretty intense and proactive right from the start against somebody like Bonmalais, because it's a bit of a jump in level. 58 in the world, the Frenchman. Fantastic mover as well. I think Nick Wall is going to have to use some holds and a bit of delay and try to break up the movement of Bonmalais.
Definitely, as you're saying, Sebastien, such a good mover, and yeah, Nick's going to have to play to the best of his ability to get anything from this match, I think.
Right, Saturday night here in Inverness, and the crowd starting to have a few beers, getting a bit of an atmosphere going on.
For sure, certainly helps the spectacle and the atmosphere on court. It drives the players on when you've got a crowd to play for as well.
And of course, things are going really terribly for Europe in the Ryder Cup at present. So get tuned into the squash.
Now's a great time. Now is a great time.
Must be the lack of Scots in the Europe team.
Well, you know we're pretty big on our golf here, so
absolutely, you invented it.
Exactly. So well, sad to see not many.
Well, really looking forward to this one. Hopefully both players will play well at the same time and we'll have a fantastic finish to the day. Well, that was pretty nice for Bonmalais, but not the ideal start to the match. It's a bit lucky when the ball hits the nick in the back. Players aren't really going for that. Both of these players wearing black shirts, which isn't particularly helpful.
Not ideal.
But Bonmalais, can't quite see his name from here, but he's wearing the white shorts and he's got the red on his shoes.
Nice long rally to break into the match here. Oh, that's a lovely nick from Nick.
Do you agree with what I was saying earlier about Nick Wall and his kind of up and down moments of intensity?
I think if you tuned in yesterday for his match with Abe Singh, that could have been quite a good one to witness, that kind of up and down form. The 5-setter going Nick's way in the end, but yeah, Nick can play fantastic squash, and if you could do that all the time without any lapse, I think he could go pretty far in the PSA rankings.
Well, Bonmalais had a good long look at Nick Wall there. I don't think he was particularly happy. That's something, I mean, he feels like he was looking for the stroke there with his racket.
I mean, Seb being a good mover, I'm not sure I'd be accepting advice from the referee myself, but
it's been a lot of coaching from the referees this week. Took it very well though. He seems to be quite a chilled out fella. I'm always pretty chilled out when I'm winning.
Yeah, no, it does help. It does help chilling out, but yeah, it's hard to take when you're losing and then you get a decision like that as well. It can really put you one of two ways, fire you up or just make you go a bit mental.
Yeah, very true. Well, the intensity does seem to be there straight away for Nick Wall. Obviously, he realises he's playing the #1 seed and quite a highly ranked player, so he's got to be on the ball literally from love all.
Obviously, Nick Wall being left-handed, Sebastien electing to serve from the left-hand side to the backhand of Wall. It's something we usually see in squash, serving to the backhand first, as some might deem it the weaker side, but I'm not sure everyone would agree with that. I mean, for me, I think my backhand's pretty similar to my forehand. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, I think, well, I was told that that my backhand was a bit weaker, but I used to quite like playing on my backhand side. But in general, I think, yeah, I think you just kind of continue that from juniors, don't you? You usually get that advice in juniors and just carry on for your career. Certainly players are a bit weaker on the backhand higher up, usually, if it's a lob serve.
Yeah, a lot harder to pluck the ball out the sky on your backhand than the forehand.
But as you can see, Nick Wall is pretty confident on his backhand side. He's got a lot of control.
Started well here, Nick, really taking the game to Sebastien.
Unbelievable get from Bonmalais. Nick Wall just had a little look at him, but I think it was good.
Yeah, definitely looked at managing to finish it off on the next shot anyway, so that'll do him the world of good.
I asked you yesterday actually for your prediction, and you said Bonmalais. Do you still believe that today after seeing the first 10 points?
Yeah, no, I still think, I mean, Nick obviously starting strongly here. I still think Sebastien can come through this one. Maybe I'd go for 4 games, 3-1 to Sebastien, because as we said, Nick's game can go up and down, and when it's up, it's really, really good. So I can see him nicking a game here.
But you just think that the lapses perhaps that are still in Nick Wall's game might prevent him from winning?
Yeah, I think that, along with Bonmalais staying at quite a consistent level throughout the whole match, will kind of contribute to that.
Hasn't had a lapse so far, Nick Wall, in this match, I have to say. He's really picked it up in this semi-final.
Yeah, another stroke there. That's That's the total really starting to ramp up for this game. Just a loose drive, just not clinging to that side wall, meaning that Bonmalais had to stop, otherwise he was looking to hit wall and another.
Well, this is the lapse that we were talking about. I mean, it's I'm being very harsh here, of course, but this is top-class sport, and got to try and delete those lapses if you possibly can. It's a good play from Nick Wall. Nice and early across the middle. I'd like to see a few more holds though from Nick Wall. A bit more delay and disguise.
Yeah, I think that would definitely help with the movement of Bonmalais being so strong and how quick he is. Just really trying to break up those movement patterns as much as possible will definitely help Nick throughout this match.
I guess Bonmalais, you know, he's aware of that, isn't he? So he's trying to keep things as high a pace as possible in order to nullify that that option. What do you think there, Al?
Not sure. Have a look at the replay here. I mean, I understand that the distance might have been a bit far, but Sebastien's a quick lad.
He's super quick.
It wasn't tight to the wall either, so I'm not sure about that one.
I think it was. I think I would give a let there. Just a let. I think it was close enough, far enough away not to be a stroke, but a bit harsh to be a no let.
Nick Wall thinking that ball was down from Sebastien there. I saw it good, I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, rose-coloured spectacles, I think, here. It's definitely good. Well, I think that's the right decision. That's a no-let, because I don't think Nick Wall did a lot wrong there.
No, yeah, I think Sebastien had, maybe started moving too far back to get that ball, because the ball was a kind of a lower hit drive that was staying a bit shorter.
Minimal contact as well. So Nick Wall has 2 game balls here. Man from Sheffield. And he's got it first time of asking. Bonmalais has given it away by going for something a little bit too speculative there, high up on the backhand side. It's not the shot you want to be playing at game ball down. He's going to have a good think about what he did wrong there in the first game. Just chatting with the referee. Squash is a game, as you know, where you're not always going to agree with the the referee's decision, so you just have to accept it. But it's Nick Wall. So great start, the ideal start for the in-seeded Yorkshireman here. Also managed to rattle his opponent a little bit. Bonmalais, which I feel is quite hard to do.
Definitely, I think the referee being involved is probably helping Nick more than Sebastien here. Sebastien just questioning a few of the decisions. Nick maybe doing the same, but kind of getting on with it a bit better.
Yeah, Nick Wall is, he doesn't mind a few chats with the referee, and if his opponent's having a chat with him, he's used to it. You know, he's played, been brought up in Sheffield and played a lot of Yorkshire League against some very, very tough players. He's not too worried about that kind of thing.
Definitely, but it's good to see both players trying to use all four corners of the court here, really trying to get each other moving into the front as well as just the back, building the rallies in the back and utilising the space that they're making in the front to make each other do that bit more work to try and break them down. Makes it more entertaining to watch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just bashing it to the back of the court constantly. That's a great shot.
That's the perfect
Got
line.
an absolute perfect line there. Nick Wall. That's poor return to serve from Bonmalais. That's a great shot from the back of the court. Great skills from the Frenchman. Fantastic balance there.
Would you still say that Nick could be using a couple more holds to just break up the movement?
Yeah, I think he could. Obviously, it's a time issue, isn't it? How much time is he getting to get into those positions from Bonmalais?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing really well, staying as high up the court as possible and volleying a lot and taking the time away from Sebastien, just like that.
Just got to keep doing that. That's all he has to do. Easy.
Easy as that. If he could do that just every point, nice and easy.
I love the way he plays that shot. He did it yesterday, I think, a couple of times, and he's just so secure in his technique on that backhand.
I mean, a technique as good as that, it just gives you so many options as well, doesn't it? From one position, you've got the option to hit 3, 4, 5, even more shots.
Yeah, definitely. That is a good decision, actually. You feel?
Yeah, I think
controversial, but good.
Yeah, good for the game. I think it encourages the players to play those type of balls that are easily playable and keep the rallies going a bit longer and less intervening from the ref, I think.
Yeah, well said. Just rush of blood to the head there, just snatched at it. Needed to be on his backhand.
Yeah, bit of an all or nothing shot there, and sadly it was nothing for Nick. Yeah, this is the mini laps. Just a couple quick 10s has given Sebastien a 7-4 lead in this second game.
Yeah, Bonmalais just forgetting the rules since COVID, of course, about wiping your hands on the wall. It's such a natural thing to do, isn't it, for squash players?
Yeah, I mean, obviously pre-COVID, playing squash for so long, you're just used to doing it. I mean, it's almost every point.
Yeah, just wiping the sweat off your hands.
And then being told you can't do it. It's like, what do I do now?
That's the reason why those towels are at the front of the court. That's something that's happened post-COVID. Definitely need to get a sponsored box each for next year, though. Although Nick Wall's towel is very neatly folded at the front. Quite impressed with that.
Yeah, good form and technique from Nick there with the towel laying. Almost as good as that backhand volley hit earlier in the game.
It's like if Nadal was a squash player, his towel would be exceptionally neat, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely. Only the best for him, eh?
Some great squash here, great movement as well. Bonmalais all over the place. Nick Wall carving the ball around the court.
See, what do you think of it? Although Sebastien is very close there, I'm not sure Nick was really ready to volley because the ball was maybe past him.
Let's have another look here. No, I think when he wanted to play that, I think he would have hit him.
Yeah, just clipped him on the backswing.
Sometimes it takes the replay just to sort of confirm that.
Yeah, definitely. The replays are a good addition here, just giving another perspective on the shots and the rallies and even the decisions too.
Yeah, I think it's also good. I mean, obviously you don't get many challenger tournaments being televised. It's good for the referees as well to watch back in the evening when they get back to the hotel or the following morning, just to see if they can improve on anything.
Definitely. I mean, he's been pretty active here so far, so the more practice, the better.
Yeah, it's the type of sport where you're never going to get 100% record as a player or a referee. There's going to be mistakes here and there. Just try to keep it to a minimum. Yeah, that's a good hold. Just committed there. It was a bit of a guess, but he had to kind of do it because the ball was pretty loose from that back wall boast from Nick Wall. So 4 game balls now to equalise for Sebastien Bonmalais, the #1 seed from France. Yeah, it's a clever shot. Giving up the ghost there, Nick Wall. Just going to focus on the next game. Looked like he was breathing a little bit heavier there, Nick Wall, towards the end of this game. So there you have the score. Bonmalais taking the second game, 11-6 in 9 minutes. The score is 1 game apiece. So 1 game apiece here between England and France. Got a bit of a battle royale going on now. Both players have that bit of a rest. Look like they've got a bit of energy back.
Starting the game strongly.
Yeah, it's a fast pace, isn't it, this first rally? Both players twisting and turning. A little bit loose from Bonmalais. Oh, what a finish. Lovely. What a finish. I mean, great rally from both players all over the court, just trying everything. And it's that backhand again from Nick Wall. Beautiful technique, lovely follow through.
Yeah, really set up that shot there with the couple length balls beforehand, really pinning Sebastien in the back to open up that volley drop. Another well-weighted length shot there with the second bounce just hitting the back corner join between the wall and the floor. So hard to get back those shots.
Yep, known in the squash world as the Nick. What a lot of people don't realise as well is that they're not just hitting the ball anywhere. There's so much attention to detail. They're actually, when they hit the ball to the back, like that shot, it's not just to the back of the court. He's actually trying to hit it to a sixpence and with the perfect pace in relation to where his opponent's standing. So just to make him do the maximum work. What do you feel like you're learning a lot when you watch these kind of matches and obviously commentate on them as well? Because obviously you're having to think and analyse a little bit more than normal.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, for me, this is a kind of a level above me and my level of squash. So there's always opportunity to learn from matches like these, even if you're the same level or even slightly ahead. Like squash, you can learn so much from all the different players. You might be strong in some areas, weak in some areas, and other people even ranked below you might be good in the areas that you're not. So a lot to take away from each individual and on the PSA Tour.
Absolutely, and in particular in this match, what do you think you're learning or noticing?
I think although Sebastien being the higher ranked player, Nick's really stepping up the court. He's not worried that Sebastien may be regarded as the better mover and I mean on rankings the better player. I think how fearless Nick is in this match against a higher ranked opponent is something that you can definitely take away from it, and how he's imposing his game on the overall game is really quite impressive for someone his age as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is definitely a good thing to try and copy. The fearless on there. He did try and get through there, and I think that was just a bit of traffic. Bonmalais was trying to move out the way.
Both went dancing with each other there.
Save that till later. Is there a dance floor at Johnny Fox's?
There's dance floors in Inverness. I'm not sure about Johnny Fox's, but yeah, no, Inverness is it's a nice one.
Well, I don't think they'll both be there anyway. Only the
yeah,
possibly the loser of this match.
Not the ideal way to prepare for a final. Yeah, really quick on to the boast from Nick there was Sebastien, just taking all the time away, so Nick had to really rush into the corner, the front corner, to get that ball back.
Made that retrieval look easy, didn't he, Bonmalais?
Certainly not.
Perhaps the wrong shot there, should have lifted it straight.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, if it had gone up, that would have been one that Sebastien probably wasn't expecting.
That's true.
But
that's true.
In the grand scheme of things, probably just the lift back to the back right corner of the court would have been the smart play.
Wait for a better opportunity.
For sure.
The Bonmalais hanging in well here, just making it difficult for Nick Wall to score points at present. Yeah, it was all or nothing shot, that, wasn't it? That attempted cross-court nick, and it popped up. That's always the danger. If you don't get it exactly right, pops up for your opponent, and it's an easy put away.
For sure, he was there waiting for it as well. A nice subtle hold from Sebastien there. Oh, lovely.
Slightly tired movement there into the back corner for that back wall boast from Nick Wall. Perhaps the 2-5 setters and the extra match that he's played catching up with him a little bit. He is extremely fit though, Nick Wall, and he's a real warrior. Might just be a slight lapse.
Oh, speed from Sebastien there.
Yeah, it's outrageous. He's going to get that too. Some incredible retrieving. He's missed it again. Oh, wow. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, I don't know if he's expecting a stroke here, Nick Wall, but it was pretty close to him, wasn't it? But I think that it just moved too fast. The ball was moving too fast to potentially be a stroke. Well, I don't think either player is going to be in much of a hurry to serve here, to restart the next rally. That was pretty brutal.
Yeah, a lot of hard movements in that rally for both players, so interesting to see how that affects the next couple points.
Well, you're a very fit young man, and I mean, even it doesn't matter. You know, being a squash player, however fit you are, if you're doing court sprints and diagonals, it's exhausting, isn't it? So hard to recover.
For sure, yeah, really hard to recover, especially it might seem like the quality of your hitting and hitting your targets with the ball can drop after a rally like that, just being so tough. Getting to the ball's one thing, but getting to the ball balanced and ready to hit the best possible shot you can is another, and after a rally like that, it gets tough.
A welcome error, unforced error as well from Bonmalais for Wall. Total parity here, 1-1 and 6-1 in this second men's semi-final. Emyr Evans of Wales waiting for the winner of this match tomorrow. Not sure whether he'll be watching this. He's watching his beloved Liverpool at this point. Don't know if they finished or not.
Yeah, no, they have finished. I saw before I came in a 3-3 draw with Brentford,
wow.
so
wow,
would have been an entertaining one if he was.
Big chance here for Bonmalais. What's he going to do?
Good use of height from Nick there to just get himself back into the rally after a bit of pressure. Oh, he's given up on that one.
He's struggling, isn't he? A little bit. I mean, he could get a second win. I'm not writing him off, but that was a tired shot from Nick Wall. Wasn't interested in the follow-up. Yeah, it's the wrong shot, and it executed it too close to his body, which means that it's a point to Bonmalais.
Sebastien's starting to reap the rewards of his pressure and hard work he's been putting on Nick here.
Oh, that's a good boast out. Incredible shot from Nick Wall. Just confuses people slightly. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, the movement of Wall just starting to drop off a bit here, as shown by that one.
Well, it just shows, doesn't it? However fit you are, however young you are, if you've had two really hard five-setters, particularly the last one, you're gonna struggle physically in this game. Professional sport is brutal, but particularly professional squash. It's a very, very hard game. Anyone that's played it will know how tough it is. Very enjoyable game, but so tough physically and mentally. And it's Bonmalais that manages to win that last battle, 11-6 in 14 minutes. He leads by 2-1. Well, we're just having a brief break. I think it wasn't explained to us, but I think Nick Wall is taking his 3 minutes because he has a slight problem with his hamstring. So self-inflicted injury, you're allowed 3 minutes, but you won't be allowed another break after that from any other self-inflicted injury. Well, I hope we've got the right information because the referee's saying they're going to be back on in a minute, but we heard that Nick Wall has a slight injury.
Yeah, I thought it was a wee bit longer of a break than the usual, but yeah, if it's starting in a minute, then pretty quick, 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, maybe we already start timing at the front because it does go quick, doesn't it? 3 minutes, it's virtually nothing.
Yeah, especially in a game as tough as one of these. Yeah, 3 minutes flies by.
That would explain why Nick Wall slowed down quite a lot as well, perhaps in the last game. Just trying to move around a bit, run it off. if you can run off an injury.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be keen to start strong like he has the last couple of games, because he was in good positions but at the halfway point.
Needs a magic sponge, doesn't he? Like he used to have in the football matches back in the day.
Get the physios on court. Double hit from Wall there, ball striking the racket twice and calling it for himself. Good sportsmanship.
It's well straightened from Nick Wall. Ooh. Had him there. He's definitely not moving right though, is he? He's in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, you could see by the movement him staying in that front corner after he'd hit the ball a bit, risking giving away the stroke. However, he got the point and he's serving.
Yes, great shot. Bonmalais will be very aware of what's happening to Nick Wall, and he was so quickly in for that drop shot.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you know that your opponent's taking an injury break, it can go one of two ways. It can either really make you think about what quality you're putting on the ball, or you start going for kind of outlandish winning shots that maybe aren't on at the time just to test their movement. But I think Sebastien's of the level and the quality where he can really put a lot of hard work into Nick and not go for these cheap winning shots.
Yeah, not panic too much. Still play tough squash, but make Nick move as early as he possibly can. Well, he was always going to go for that. You could see him moving forward, and it's the type of shot that slightly injured players will often go for, especially if they've got the skill set, which Nick Wall certainly does. That's another area where Bonmalais has to be careful, make sure that he serves well. Oh, wow.
How's he done that? Nick certainly didn't think he was going to get that much height in the ball from that position, did he?
It was really tight as well. I mean, it's quite strange. Feel a bit for Nick though here. He's had such a great tournament. Just had a couple of extra tough matches, and you can really see it showing now, fortunately.
Yeah, not quite getting on as many volleys as he has been in the start of the match. Even there, that's just a slow, lethargic movement as well.
That's worse than my movement. It's a shame to see.
Yeah.
Don't know whether he's going to stop or just keep hobbling around. Good long look at his opponent there from Bonmalais.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to call it here, prevent further damage, but I mean, he carries on. Ref calling the ball down a bit prematurely there. Having to replay the point for an incorrect decision. But yeah, Nick just going for the winners off the serve here.
Yeah. had to run through the shot there as well. So all or nothing, of course. I don't know if you've been there, but I've certainly been there. It's a horrible feeling when you're injured on the court, especially in an occasion like this.
Definitely, I think he's done so well to reach the semi-finals here. But yeah, when you're not 100% on a squash court, it really gets it can be exploited pretty easily. So yeah, it's a shame to see.
Yeah, there's just no hiding place on there, is there?
Especially against someone like Seb as well, always asking questions of your movement and your shot quality, and when you're not 100%, as you can see here, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, he must be one of the worst people to play because he's such a good mover himself, and he's staying calm and collected here, the French #1 seed. Take nothing away from him. It's a real shame for Nick Wall here. But the process is delayed. He scuffed that one slightly, Bonmalais. Still 7 match balls though to the Frenchman.
Oh, and he's rolled it out the net to seal the match.
Yeah, it's a nice nice handshake and little chat between these two. Good sportsmanship there, and fully deserved for Sebastien Bonmalais in your picture there, the #1 seed from France, taking this semi-final 8-11, 11-6, 11-6, 11-3 in 51 minutes. Unfortunate that Nick Wall got injured, but great performance from Bonmalais.
I'm courtside with Sebastien Bonmalais, who's just secured his spot in tomorrow's men's final. Sebastien, a 3-1 victory. You must be delighted with that. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling happy, and I'm proud of how I played today. I knew Nick was a talented player, and he have a lot of racket and skills, and I'm happy to win today.
Yeah, and I mean, you did it the hard way. You went a game down, and you had to fight back. What was going through your head when you went a game down?
I was like, okay, he's leading one game to love, but keep focus, keep to the plan, and let's see how he does.
So you set up a cracking final tomorrow against Emyr Evans. What kind of challenge do you expect from him?
I know he's a talented player as well, with a good rackets. And last time I played with him, I lost 3-2, but I want to take my revenge tomorrow.
You take your revenge tomorrow. Okay, well, best of luck with that, and thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. That just about concludes the action for today. Sebastien Bonmalais will meet Emyr Evans in tomorrow's final. In the women's event, it is Georgina Kennedy who came through, and she'll play Grace Gear. That's tomorrow, and the action begins from 3 o'clock.
Oh, what a wonderful day of Scottish Open. Started off with a fantastic match between two English girls, Grace Gear and Torrie Malik. Grace Gear just a little bit too consistent for her opponent here. This first semi-final. But a wonderful win for her, reaching the final here in Inverness. And Emyr Evans from Wales, you can see what it meant to him coming through here in his semi-final, showing his a little bit of extra experience against Malik, that semi-final. And then we saw the fantastic Georgina Kennedy, the wonderful athlete. Georgia Adderley as well, the last Scot in the draw, getting a lot of support here, and played tremendously well, but ended up losing 3-love. Certainly didn't feel like a 3-love. And then Nick Wall going down in 4 against the #1 seed Sebastien Bonmalais. Unfortunately, Nick Wall just towards the end of the match struggling with an injury and slowed down a lot, but it was due to the great play of Bonmalais. Well, that wraps up the semi-final day play. Come back and join us tomorrow for the women's final, which will be at 3 o'clock.